Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today we are back to Case 5 of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we came to this pawn shop because Herlock Sholmes made a mistake and picked up the wrong string instrument, and we went to go fix that. We bumped into our friendly little pickpocket and some kind of fancy guy that I don't trust at all, with a fake name, tried to accuse her of stealing from him. Except the thing that he claimed was stolen definitely belongs to Magnus. What was his name? What's his surname? I don't remember. Our very rich patron from a couple of cases ago. The one who's dead. So hey, I don't know where this is going. And hello, Nick McGilded. Thank you. Ready to crack the case. I'm not sure I'm gonna crack the case today. Let's get into it. 15th of April, Baker Street. See? That's why I hate grown-ups. All we do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it, after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scarf her. Always pays off, giving people a look like you hate them. How's my day been so far? I haven't really done much today so far. But it's been fine. How's your day? I can't help thinking that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc? But Mr. Winterbank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna have another bash. I think I'm gonna go have another bash. Give him a long hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today. Now you mentioned download Twisted Wonderland. Have fun with it. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank. But that disc's mine! I had the ticket for this coat and it was in this coat's pocket. And it should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure. And I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No, Tar. Oh. Why would I come round your place, eh? You lost your head or something? Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Zato. After all, it wouldn't be a surprise if he told you right now, right? Until later, then. Is there anything to examine that we didn't examine? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's no way Gina's not gonna have trust issues after all. Well, we were asked earlier to show our faces here. Sure, let's go to Sham's suite. April, 3:46 p.m. Sham's suite. Susie and Bruno! Come in, come in! Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on! You'll never guess. Gina Lestrade? Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Iris? Iris? What? Yeah, her BGM's really nice. Oh yes, that does sound like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. Sholmes? Sholmes? I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologise. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, in which Iris is the parent. Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Runa? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is! Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering. Am I right? How did you... Oh, Runa, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Alright, I'll take you up on that, Iris. First about Ginny, then. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest colour of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colours in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I've got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. You were just shooting Sholmes with it, Iris. You think maybe Iris is an orphan that Sholmes took in? Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe, like, her parents are busy on the other side of the globe or something. Poor Hurley. Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she actually does come. No, I just hope she does actually come. Living with Sholmes. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all? And yes, I guess we were both right. One of her parents is dead and one of them is elsewhere. So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes! I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So, Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly! Billy told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. And found your father's memoirs? Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. He was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock. When Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean. Aww! Oh, she grew up thinking Sholmes was her dad. It must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all of those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he'd just solved. So the very next day he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learnt from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. The court will now hear the trial of... Wait! Wait! Oh no! Oh no! The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh no! That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Does Iris know her dad's dead? Does Iris know her dad's dead? Miss Susato? Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Poor Iris. I don't want to have to be the person to tell her that her dad's dead. But also, if I don't do that, then that's kind of rude for knowing and not telling her, right? Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Sholmes. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin yeah. Words. Is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madame? Yeah, right? Imagine if she found out, right? She would not be happy. Oh, never mind that. Now I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mrs. Atto. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGillard's disc. Oh my. Then what's it doing here? Hehehe, you know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Oh no, Sholmes! You stole evidence? Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runa could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting, she could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yeah, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Alright, Sholmes. Yeah, the music box disc. Why do you have it? I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. The caramel bar? That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humour me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGillard's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. That's amazing. Oh, it's a forgery. A copy. Wait, Sholmes, that side had blood on it. Ew. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. the result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press, and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Shums, I feel like that's illegal, but sure. Right, it's a good thing they're not doing like DNA and fingerprints. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Okay. Do tell us then, Mr. Shones. What music does the disc play? Don't you still need the correct kind of music box for that? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know Runa? We're gonna have a lesson. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck at the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced which uses discs, such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Well, yeah, I suppose when it's in a disc, it's easier to swap out the music than if it's a cylinder, right? Because it's easier to store multiple discs than multiple cylinders. Why, exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And you say it probably gave way to records a bit later, but I think they already have records. Because look at the gramophone back over there. Because, like, that's what gramophones use, right? Records? And we have no way of knowing which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. I think there is a resolution to this problem. It's called shove it in as many different types of music boxes as possible until one works. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. Okay, so he did try. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's Henley for you, always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. Best for me to see which music box McGilded might have owned. Ah, yes, yes. We should go to Mr. McGilded's house and see what kind of music box he had. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. So actually thinking about it, now that we know that Mr. Wilson, who was the victim in the first case, is Iris's dad, every single case in this game is very interlinked, isn't it? Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows. Till now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. I mean, it's true, it's not solved, it's just that McGilded didn't do it. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. Well, I mean, didn't we establish from the time on the ticket for that coat that, McGilded... Wait... No. No, because we know Mr. McGilded was on the omnibus. So that doesn't make sense. Anyway. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious for the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Winterbank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storehouse, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh, Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madame, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up. Caused by a certain impetuous someone, not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, that's the Baskerville one. The Hound of the Baskervilles. So the Hound of the Baskervilles is already written, so we're not doing the Hound of the Baskervilles, I see. Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Ah! What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Suzetto is such a great fan of the stories about Mrs. Holmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Winterbank's? And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Jones? It would appear our guest has arrived. How did I know he was going to say that? I should have just guessed that. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. And you weren't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is then. Ah, bugger hi. Now everyone is here! That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes's violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. 15th of April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes's violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. I don't think that's a good idea, Susato. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah. The one that's arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart's yeah. Wow. Let's start that sentence again. Wow. The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends! Ha, Iris, hello again. And Juna. And Gina too. Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learnt so much today. Oh, what's in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Oh no! She pickpocketed it off my arm! Wait, what? That's mine! Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? Jenny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too! It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. The manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time. Please. Oh. Susato knows the title of that manuscript because Iris's dad told her, doesn't she? I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh, no, not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what this is all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up, isn't it, Iris? Is it, Iris? This mental script or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Yeah, so, yep. The reason Susato doesn't want to bring it up is definitely because of John. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Jenny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, and she never will. It's so sad. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that's another tale inspired by your father's accounts? That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say, not now. So please, do not ask me. Also, what's the bet that Sholmes knows that Dr. Wilson is dead? Because there's got to be a reason that Sholmes was on the same boat as us when we were coming from Japan to England. You know, shortly after the Doctor's death. Does that mean Sholmes was there for that? Just a thought. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Winterbank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. I mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But you can't pull the wool over me eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. Well, yeah, and I'm pretty sure I just guessed what he's lying to Iris about. What? Hurley's lying to me? We need to go talk to Gina? Yeah. So Gina, about your parents. I realise I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd have been like to have parents. I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. Iris? Iris! No. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. Sholmes' lie. Gina, what did you mean when you said you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mantle script or whatever. Whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh, my. Why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Winterbank story, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that, I'm sure of it. Huh. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Winterbank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Oh no, it could actually be there. As I said, Susato could have just learned about it from Wilson. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Shums is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt it. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should get back downstairs. Yeah, alright. Please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's... Oh no. Okay. I was using the wrong voice. I made an assumption. But I made an assumption it was Susato, but maybe not. So, Mr. Naruhodo. There we go. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. But I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, Look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Oh, Gina's gone to break into the pawnbrokers. Wait a minute, why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Winterbank's? Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really in old Winterbank's storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone... It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no. Me? You know, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. No, sir. At once! Miss Susato. "18th of April, 1:14 AM, Baker Street. The door to Winterbank's, it's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister." What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Well, that wasn't Gina. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them, go! Right. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, hello, what have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Winterbank's. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Oh no, Mr. Winterbanks! Gina!
It's Gina!
Oh no! To be continued. I would like to save my current progress, yes. Save complete. And having saved my current progress, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be right back. And I'm back. Now to defend our new friend from Antiques. Yeah, probably. I was gonna say my guess is Mr. Winterbanks is dead, and Gina is going to be accused of it because she's in the room as well. We all right, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go! Behind that door, in the storeroom. Hurry! Oh no, she's holding a gun. She's holding his gun. Oh no, poor Gina. It's Gina. From that moment, Winterbank's prawn bakery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn that I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. I wanted to do an investigate. Okay. You think she was trying to defend Winterbanks? Quite possibly. Or she nicked Winterbank's gun and threatened him with it to let her into the back room so that she could find out about the manuscript. But happened to have done it at entirely the wrong time. I don't know. 16th of April, 6:21 AM. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Events at Winterbanks. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Winterbank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Mr. Winterbank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them that shot old Mr. Winterbank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Yeah, the police believe that Gina did it. They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? Because they think she did it. I'm sorry, there was nothing I could do. She was in a locked room, holding a gun. Jones's situation. So where's Hurley then? Is he still investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Winterbanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No, no. It's all right. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinners. They're tending to him there. Sinners is an interesting name. I must see him at once. I'm glad Sholmes isn't dead. I'm very glad Sholmes isn't dead. Because it would be really, really terrible if Iris's father and father figure both died of gunshots. That would be very terrible. And I do not want that. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, no one can see him at the moment. Nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Injured Sholmes. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Winterbank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. That's true. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Susanna? Who probably had to go to her summons. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long, and also I had to come back here and report what's going on to you so that you didn't worry, right? I mean, I guess didn't worry is kind of the wrong thing, because you're definitely going to be worried. And Mrs. Zate stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny, it's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Helly dead, didn't they? Not dead. No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is also horrible. The thing is, Mr. Winterbank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. Not another locked room mystery. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me there was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. Totally not the fact she was holding a gun. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well, what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Runo. I can't stand here just sitting around... No, I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Also, she's a genius and she might be able to figure some shit out that you can't. Naruhodo-san, so take her. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. So yeah, let's go check on Sholmes first. So let's go to the hospital first. St. Sinner's Hospital. 16th of April, St. Sinner's Hospital. Ward 3. Hurley! Oh! He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? I bet he's stuck like a cicada to the wall again. Ooh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby and the bullet wound wasn't so bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, hello, what have we here? It's ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh. Well, begging your pardon there, ma'am. Sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver has a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he is currently in the operating theatre, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anaesthetic, that is. Oh! I have heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. I do want to examine this place though. No, I can't look in the bin. Ooh. What's here? There's a notice board on the wall here, look. Let's see, what does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice. Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. I certainly hope so, for Mr. Jones's sake. I mean, it's... This building is a little worse the worse for wear, isn't it? It's missing some plaster. Okay, we can look at the bed. This must be Mr. Jones's bed. Poor Hurley. I know. It looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think that will bother him. No? I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. Somehow it doesn't surprise me that Sholmes sometimes sleeps face down on the floor. Does not surprise me. Crutches. I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, see? Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. I mean, you could use crutches as a weapon if you wanted to. And now let's go see Gina. Prison. Poor Ginny, we have to help her. Prison cell where Miss Gina Lestrade is being held pending trial. We need to do all we can to help her as quickly as possible. Ah, what's a familiar place? 16th of April, local prison, cell 13. Hello, Gina. They let her keep the smoke launcher? Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Ginny? I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? You heard, get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone, I just know you wouldn't. Yeah, what kind of police officers didn't disarm her before sticking her in jail? You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if you saw my chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. Well, yeah, we're certainly not arguing about the fact that you snuck into a pawn shop. We're arguing about the fact that you shot a man. But Ginny! I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be loyal to me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer, I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? Trying not to get us all involved. Yeah, I think so. Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all going to be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums, my whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers. Or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sought out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial I could forget it. Hello, Kevin. Ginny! Don't you trust Bruno? Nah, I don't. Look, ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. What happened? Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's? There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and... you know the rest. Actually, we don't. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? She went in to look for your manuscript, Iris. Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving it easy, you know? It's a lot of work and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Cough, cough, hint, hint, look at Iris. Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? You mean in the McGilda trial, maybe? What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Oh, it's a picture of a snowcat. It's a picture of a snowcat. Oh no, just a cat. A cat and a snowman. Photographic print of a really adorable cat. I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like this was doing in the pockets of that overcoat. Maybe that was the important other thing. Wait. What are those charms hanging on the side of Iris's bag? One of them looks kind of bunny-shaped and one of them kind of cat-shaped. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Yeah, that photo definitely has a hidden meaning, right? Oh, Ginny. The white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. A photograph depicting a sweet little white cat obtained from Gina while interviewing her in her prison cell. Let's go look at that then! Aw, look how cute it is. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Wagahi. I always thought that cats like to curl up inside a heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Also, maybe there's something on the back. Da 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 da. Oh, isn't that the ticket? That's a ticket. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February, 9 PM. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th of April, 9 PM. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? 13th of February? That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? Which means that if this hasn't been picked up, then it's forfeited. Right? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Bruno, if Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Well, yes. If it's something McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. We're hoping it's from Winterbanks. The white cat photograph's information has been updated in the court record. Pawnbroker's ticket box. A redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Winterbank, in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. Well, I guess we need to leave Gina where she is and go to the pawnbrokery for a good old proper investigation. 16th of April, Winterbanks Pawnbrokery. A lot of bobbies. This is where it happened then, last night. That's right, the 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean, they're like a gang of organised criminals all dressed in black. Oi! I heard that! Oh, Inspector, good morning. Suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away, mind? Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. Very best doctors in the capital are attending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runa's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, where are we manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice refreshing fruit juice. Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me if you'd like some. Ah, lovely. Ta very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. So Gregson's bound to be a little more, amenable to our talking today. Given that we have our ladyship. But first, let's investigate. Oh, right then, let's see what we can uncover. Oi, what do you think you're doing, sunshine? Can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching. What's the problem, Gregsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship, ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to be improperly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter. The accused. If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. It looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Alright. Let's talk to the detective then. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Not into it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definite evidence. We're just about to charge the diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. She'll be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? You find the Knights Gregson a bit off and a bit disturbing. The Knights Gregson seems very much like a doting grandfather, you know? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you, how could you possibly know that? Why are they witnesses and not being charged? Gregson. I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. Naruhodo-san, you're already keeping a secret from Iris. You haven't told her that you know her dad's dead. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Mr. Sholmes? Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on in Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting at all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no! He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But an hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better? Oh, of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course... I guess because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. Ladyship. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine! Hey, is that our first boss of the day? That's a lot later than usual. Reported. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's cause of those Adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why. Oh? I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholmes's lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Ooh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it'd take is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. But that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Ah, lovely. Ah, very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Total. Wow, that's a pun. Oh yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. Oh, it's from Mrs. Atto. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Important message? Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Mr. Inspector? I don't know why I added a Mr. there. Inspector. Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? The Lord Strongart's office, of course. He summoned him. Ah, yes, of course, I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thanks for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go and see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Alright, we need to go back and see Gina to get her permission to represent her so that we can have Gregson's permission to snoop. And we also need to go see what's up with Miss Susato. So let's go for Gina first. Nope. We can't talk to her about it. Can I present the armband? Oh. I hit investigate it before instead of I didn't present it properly. Never mind. But we have some new talk about this. Those are the skills of justice, aren't they? Yes, that's right. Miss Susato says they symbolize equality and fairness of judgment. But if it's the symbol used by defense lawyers, shouldn't it at least be leaning a little to the not guilty side? My thoughts exactly. Okay, sorry. Wrong button. Present! Hey Gina! Hey Gina! Would you have a look at, that's strange. Where's my armband gone? What's the problem? Something wrong? Don't suppose. You're looking for this? Yes, but how and when and how again? Got a talent for it, haven't I? Diving? That's bordering on black magic. And it makes what I was about to say about my armband seem a little dull. So, what do you want to tell me about it then? Okay. Never mind. I'll see you later, Gina. "16th of April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office." Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Oh no! Susato-san's leaving? Wait, what did he just say? You'll return to your homeland? Susato-san! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. was that all about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all this about? Why were you talking about Miss Suzato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Returning to our homeland. Mr. Zetto, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it's... That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikitoba? If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikitoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. And it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Suzato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I'm gonna miss you, Suzato-san. I hope your father's okay. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So I guess for Gina's trial, my assistant will be, Iris? So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago. And the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all too transpicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In deference to your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all of their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Did Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I am sure I need not remind you of that. Yeah, I think Iris will be a perfectly fine assistant. 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is... it's Miss Lestrad's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. Timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Well, she turned down the representation herself. She told us that. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Suzette-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie! You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? She did that last night, didn't she? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. You're a last-minute packer, huh, Kevin? I mean, admittedly, Susato-san can't have too much to pack. She's only been in the country for 2 months. So I'm sure it'll mostly be a case of packing back up the stuff she brought and if she bought anything extra, pack that too. Wow, you two are at 2 completely different ends of the spectrum on how I'm packing. I'm somewhere in between, like I start a few days before, but I don't finish until right beforehand. And then I always forget something, like at least one thing. But I don't realise I've forgotten until I'm like halfway to my destination. Just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Alright. Gina, you best let us help you. Yeah, that's true. We can ship anything she forgot. 16th of April, local prison, cell 13. Toothbrush is indeed a thing that I've forgotten before. Luckily, toothbrush is an easy thing to buy at the other end. Ah. Hello again, Gina. Yep, it's the grenade launcher again. What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, we can't nosy around the pawn shop without you saying that you'll let us represent you. And I want a nosy. Let me nosy. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum passing indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you're innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it, by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever those lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? Ah! The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? The trial 2 months ago. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in that witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. Couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGill discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Which I think we'd figured out already, right? Then Mr. McGill had started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat? Yeah, he did, only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. About what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scalp her before the coppers showed up. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Ooh, so many things. What you saw. You said Mr. McGill had made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in a pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGill sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. Mr. McGill had heard that and dragged me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Windibanks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long. Mr. McGill spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and shoved it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bot driver told me I weren't to mutter a word of it to no one. Alright. Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was Mr. McGill getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGill and the victim. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGill claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. That wasn't my Mr. McGill voice, but hey, it'll do. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. Sounded of horses and the wheels was too loud. Which is probably why they were talking inside the omnibus in the first place. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGill and the victim knew each other. So McGill was lying, as I suspected. after the event. I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilded told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two cops from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGilded asked the driver to do him a favour. A favour? Oh dear, I've got to do McGilded. I thought I was done with the horrendous Irish accent. But, and by horrendous I mean my attempt at it. Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with the nearby pawnbroker. That's not Irish at all, is it? Oh well. I can't find me Irish accent again. And for your troubles, there it is. And for your troubles, let's see now. Aye, I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yup, you got it. It was Windybank's. Coachy snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. Mr. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there. But not without conditions. I see. Miss McGilded's conditions. What were McGilded's conditions then? For letting you go free, for letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything. About what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. After sending the coachman on... No. I just had it! Where did it go again? After sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye. Fiend's taken the overcoat to deposit with a no. Aye, the Fiend's taken the overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windybank so it is, and you're to extend the loan afore the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Yeah, but I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. No, here. I have completely lost my McGilded voice. Darn. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me... Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye. Look, I'm asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't? Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of remembering of McGilded. It's really... what I've discovered is it's really hard to switch from my attempt at an Irish accent to my attempt at a Cockney accent. Well, with those two talking together, it's like, oh no! After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it, and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. Told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the... He said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. You think the Cockney is better than the Irish? So do I! I think I'm doing a better job on the Cockney than I am on the Irish. Although, to be honest, I think the one I'm doing the best on is generic London Bobby. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have... In a heartbeat, you could have had a lot of us chased out of there if you'd wanted. And then where and then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Generic London Bobby and the Cockney do have a bit of overlap. I mean, it does. It does. That's true. There is a lot of overlap in my in my London voices that are not posh people attempts are all kind of a bit Cockney anyway. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favour. A favour? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Yeah? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it? Something like that. Miss Susato? Yes, of course. I've got the representation papers here. You can sign an X on the line, right, Gina? I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. You do, though, Gina! You do! Poor Ginny, she seems so lonely. Gina's representation papers have been entered into the court record. Gina's representation papers. The paperwork signed by Gina to put me in charge of her defence. Showing this to Scotland Yard detectives gains us access to the crime scene. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Winterbanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there. I feel like we've finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what the responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Winterbanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. To be continued. When are we going to stage? We're not going to stage a jailbreak, we're just going to represent her and get her declared not guilty. Save. Now I've gone through to... There's a problem with not knowing how long these sections are going to be, which makes me go, should I stop here? Because otherwise it might go a little long. I think to avoid getting to the point we sometimes get on a Sunday when I'm getting kind of hungry towards the end of the stream, I think I'll probably stop it there. Maybe. Oh no! You know what? I want to go take a nosy at Winterbanks. I want to go take a nosy at Winterbanks. I'm gonna take a short break, slightly longer than my usual break, because I'm gonna have a snack, and then I'll be back. It doesn't take me that long to get a snack, you know, you guys. Also, hi, I'm back. Let's go take a nosy around Mr. Winterbank's place. 16th of April, 1:26 p.m. That was fast. I mean, all I was doing was eating a cookie. And getting more drink and such. 1:26 p.m. Windbank's Thornbury Green. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. That is now not covered in bobbies anymore. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? Why is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little rag of ash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if you investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter? Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Winterbank and Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There are so many articles to go through, it's taken forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what that must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come on then, let us not waste any time. See the stock inventory and see what's been stolen. Okay, the bobbies are still here. Which is a pity, because there was that thing about that small box and I wanted to nose at that music box over there. But let's look at this first. Back to music box. Do you have the way you come from, Runo? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Right, let's look at... No, okay, we can't look at that. We can look at the spades. Oh no, we can look at the... That's not the spades, that's just the entire thing here. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Winterbank's notes, and... picture of a cat. Yep. What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie, show us. It's got blood on it! It's got blood on it. Oh, that's the one that, that's the one that Gina redeemed. Because that says one gentleman's overcoat. Yeah. 15th of February, 10:30 PM. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 PM. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have to hand. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right, very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out! Alright, let the cogs turn. Oh, it's not quite the same. It's not the same! The cat's looking slightly more left in the left-hand one. Yes, they're exactly the same. I've got it! These two photographs hide an amazing secret. Oh! Oh, they're for the stereoscope! They're for the stereoscope! Stereoscope cat! A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once! Do you really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all about this pair of photographs. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. Yeah, they're definitely for the stereoscope. 3D kitty. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? The stereo, what's it now? So there is a device that you look into and it shows like one picture to each eye and makes it look 3D. It's kind of like how 3D glasses work, except for that's got it all interlaced for 3D movies and things. This is like the precursor to 3D glasses. Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. pair of photographs. It's meant to be used on a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Oh, yes! That's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. Yeah, you just have to make it so that each eye can only see one of the things, basically. What, really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? It's because they're slightly offset, and you see one through each eye, and it's like seeing the actual real thing. Oh, wonderful! Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. That's true, I'll have to do the same thing, but in Iris's voice, won't I? I'm definitely not currently seeing if I can make it work for myself. No, it's a bit too close. I tried getting a stereoscopic picture up on my phone and looking at it, but it's way too close to my face at that point. How stereoscopic prints work. Considered, Bruno. How our eyes see depth in the world around us. Well, I just open them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see right away. What you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints? Yes, Runa, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that? Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can't close just one eye without a bit of help from your hand. I'm a bit similar. I can close my left eye, that's fine, but I can't close just my right eye. For some reason. I have to use my head. I have to get some assistance to close that one individually. Left eye is fine. You can? Really? How to view stereoscopic prints. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Suzato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me and see if you can copy. Look at her face. Make your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There, how's that? Wonderful! Now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Also, could I even do that? I don't know if it picked that up or anything. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the print. Let's try it looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo. I'm just going to have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now, the next step. Is to put the pair of prints side by side like this and then to try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until they form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real! Oh, I could look at it all day. Yeah, I don't think it really worked for me on the screen there, but I have used the stereoscope before, so I know what it looks like. I don't remember if we did it without the stereoscope, but we definitely used the stereoscope. I don't know why we were using the stereoscope. Like, with, or when. I don't remember when either. I feel like it was at uni, but I don't know why we'd be doing that at uni. Pass. I wouldn't advise that, your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Maybe it'll work better if I'm not wearing my glasses. No, I think I'm a bit too far away from the images. It might work better if I was closer to the screen. I don't know. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? There, you managed it! So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. Well, I mean, Nick, that was slightly more relevant to what you were studying than it was to what I was studying, wasn't it? So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognise that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? Yep, there it is. If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here, then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back, and it's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Well, I think given that it came up, it's probably going to be relevant, right? Second white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Photograph depicting a sweet little white cat. I feel as though I have another print just like this one. Let's go look in the court records then. Turn it around, and this is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. And the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Could that have anything to do with all this? Wait, so if that's the one... Okay, so does this stamp mean that the thing was redeemed? Which would mean that McGilded had redeemed the box. Probably that day. I don't know. Do you have anything else to talk to? Nope. Alright, more examination. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Runo? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. But when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Okay. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope! Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that he used the great big contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Oh dear! Oh dear! The calendar is covered in blood, which I'm guessing is Sholmes' blood. Ah, look here! Oh, and the bullet! Oh yeah, it's a bullet hole. I can see the bullet still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Winterbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Oh, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know. Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often? He shouldn't even do it once! Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. Well, they are still held on by one of their things, at least. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch! Oh! The colour of the bloodstain has changed. There! Does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good! It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yep. That was definitely about blood types. Yes, how wonderful! The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change colour. So you can identify whose blood it is you're looking at. In a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris! Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great! So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different colour, so... Just find someone whose blood turns the same colour and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash! I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Sholmes' blood. Actually, isn't that a bit high up? I think it's Sholmes' blood. Because whoever's blood it was, they got shots from that direction after midnight. And that's pretty much... I'm pretty sure it's Sholmes' blood. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? Stab all the people and fire the gun at it. Yeah. No. One flash or two. This could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. The blood sample has been entered into the court record. Blood samples portfolio. A sample of blood analysed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colours. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. Actually, there's a stain on the back of that one photograph, isn't there? I think perhaps we should see if that can tells? What? That's an S that shouldn't be there. I think perhaps we should see if that can tell us anything. Sure. This got blood on it. Doop. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes. Looks like blood, doesn't it? Specifically, it looks like a bloody fingerprint. I wonder if Susato-san picked up on that. Well, in that case... Yes, we need Iris! We should show this to her before we forget. White Cat photograph number 2's information has been updated in the court record. Pawnbroker's ticket coat. A redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Winterbank. There is what looks like a bloody fingerprint on it. A bloody finger mark on it. Okay, I guess what we need to do is go into the talking with Iris. But I want to finish looking at these. 3 golden balls. That's right. That sign shows the shop is a pawnbrokery. A bit like your armband shows you're a defense lawyer. And what's the significance of the 3 golden balls? Does it have some special meaning? I expect Hurley would like to answer that question when he's back from hospital. You mean you don't know? Also, I'm pretty sure Hurley didn't know either. Let's look at the big stereoscope. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Okay, let's... Iris. Oh no, wait, that just shouldn't be talk, this should be present. Ta-da! Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger, almost certainly a glove made of leather. What's... Oh! So that's going to be Mr. McGilder's blood. No, sorry. Take it back. Sorry. That's going to be Thrice-Fired Mason's blood from Mr. McGilder's glove. Right? Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. And that one turns purple. Look at that. Yes, that's a colour we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colours correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood this is. Not from the colour it turned, but with a little deduction. Dodging. That's right, I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Bruno. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe this is the blood of... Thrice-Fired Mason. Thrice-Fired Mason. I said that with a lot more confidence than Naruhodo did. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case. Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Mr. Winterbanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. And they got covered in blood! Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to keep a fella from bleeding? No. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to keep to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. I mean, it's certainly looking like McGilded was guilty at this point. We know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. And Kevin, you should do your own homework. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. thank you, I guess? Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well, let's make a note of this. The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. The details for on the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated in the court record. The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Okay, back to examine. Oh wait, can I talk to the Bobby? The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through all of it in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. Crime in a pawnbroker's. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in a pawnbroker's. Wait, can I talk to the one on the door? Yes! This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Shh! Keep it down! Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Yeah, and we've looked at that already. This copper ain't got anything to tell us. Look at the counter again. Oh, the lamp's broken. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Winterbank is very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? Oh, is that what the shards on the ground were? That makes sense. That makes sense. It's a storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Oh, actually, it could end up turning out that the blood on the calendar is Mr. Winterbank's, which would mean he was shot in his shop and not in the locked room where Gina was. Mr. Winterbank face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to do that by a move action. Yep, a new location has been added. Storeroom where pawned items are kept until they're redeemed or forfeited. It's also where Mr. Winterbank's body was discovered. Oh, got the good old chalk outline going on there. 16th of April, Winterbank's storeroom. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Ah! Wait, Inspector? Will we be able to see the manuscript there as well? I strongly suspect, that the manuscript has been stolen. What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defence lawyer, do you? No, he's running away from Sad Iris. Probably. Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Yeah? Can't deal with sad small child. Yeah. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? That's not reassuring, Inspector. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigation to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Socially inept inspector? Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Shams's operation is going. Alright, let's talk to the inspector. The scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw, you got eyes, haven't you? Use them. Here's what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to this storeroom was found locked from the inside. From the inside? Well, it being locked from the inside means absolutely nothing when there's a large hatch you can lift to look inside that would definitely be big enough to reach in through, right? So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus wise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. It is it is kind of master servant-ish, isn't it? Or I believe the word they used was toady. Which is very accurate. I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. Are you absolutely sure it was the gun that was used? No! Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct, all of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector, of course it is. Well, yeah, admittedly, Toady isn't exactly an obvious word, is it? Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation is done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Yes, ma'am! They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body... anesthetized? Is that even possible? Means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan we just managed to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. Now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh no! Sholmes! Oh my! No one knows if it's the anaesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch till he comes round again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Alright, that's enough of talking to the Inspector. Now let's go investigate. Let's start with the blood. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Winterbank, he was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. This must be his blood then. Ah! I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Look, we can't do anything for Sholmes. So... Okay, that's blue. Okay, so that proves that it's someone else's blood upstairs, so it's probably Sholmes's. Wait, surely considering that Sholmes and Iris developed this thing themselves. Surely they'd know what colours their own blood turns. So now we know what colour the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the others we already collected anyway. The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Looks like we can look at this again. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Okay, what's this chat? Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings, look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. So... Wait, that giant machine of Sholmes's, what did that look like? Because I'm not seeing anything that's obviously that, and that's supposed to be down here. Oh, okay, so that covered all of those things then. The gun. This is a revolver, a real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? So it is Mr. Windibank's own gun. I shall have to take my own life. See, he can't have killed himself because he would have blown his brains out instead of shooting himself through the heart. Massive typewriter that wouldn't be allowed to place in Jules Verne novel, right? It looks like there's more around the corner though, so I guess we can't completely rule out whether it's here or not. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us he only ever had a single bullet lodged in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Okay, so now the really... Shall we go to the really obvious thing? This open chest. Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Which was, yes, I thought as much, Iris. The manuscript's gone. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. You want to check the rifling, do you, Nick? I'm not sure they're up to that level of forensics there. Surely that's not all this Sorry, Iris, but if you asked me, you sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. Empty. Ah! It was there! Iris's story was there! Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. It's not all there, is it? Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. Iris's story manuscript, a long, unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. It's entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, let's look at it. I can't find anything out of place. Oh, okay. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Suzuki-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. So it would appear it's all here. I'm guessing the file was pried open because, I mean, Gina clearly broke in here to find if it was actually here, right? That's why Gina was here, right? I'm not sure if I have a copy of Hound of the Baskervilles or not. Okay. So if that's fine. Oh, we probably need to wait. Nope. There's no conversing I can do here. So the blood samples portfolio. Winterbank, Westfire Mason, and unknown. I'm pretty sure unknown is Sholmes. Let's go back and say. I don't think we've got anything else to look at around here. So I guess it's time to go back up into the shop. And maybe talk to Iris? Nope, okay. I guess there's nothing else to look at now. Let's go out to Baker Street. Oh! Horsey! Hello! There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Winterbank's. I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry. I was there. I should have done more. None of this is your fault, Runo. So please don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for all of this, so let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. Oh. It's a new thing to see over here. It's already been 2 months since we've taken lodgings here above Mr. Chim's office. It seems like the same thing as before, but hey. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Ah, there we go. So, when Hurley comes back home, let's have a big party. That's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough. Yes. Okay. We were going to go back to see Gina. 16th of April, local prison, cell 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my! Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Iris is very resilient, but I fear for the day when she'll crack. She is only 10. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear. I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Okay, so let's go somewhere else. The hospital? Not the hospital? Sholmes' suite? Nope. The legal consultancy? Nope. Let's go back into the storeroom? So that's all. Oh, maybe I should present. Oh, I know. I should go back up to the main shop and present the manuscript to Iris. I should go, Iris, please talk to me about this. Oh, my manuscript. Mr. Sholmes said he'd deposited at Windybanks, and he had. But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it? I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe it's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines. Yes, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris. I know, I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Okay, so that got me nowhere. Back down to the storeroom. Maybe I should present one of these things to... Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Yeah, were alchemists still around then? This is... early 1900s, right? I wouldn't think so. 1500s, sure, but 1900s? Dunno. Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. You're looking to be arrested, Sunshine? Didn't mean it like that, and even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Oh wait, that's a box. I still want to find that box. Actually, it wouldn't be down here because it would have been forfeited. Is there anything else shall I just keep presenting things? Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? I don't tend to share, Sunshine, not with the general public. In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea? Ah, lovely. Ah, very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. You don't mind sharing that, then? Okay, I don't think we're gonna get much out of that. They have a fascination with mummies, but they... yeah. Right, what am I missing? What have I missed? There's something I haven't investigated or someone I haven't spoken to move this along. Don't think I'm going to find anything at Lord Chief Justice's office. I want to look at the diaries. It's an unusual way to make use of a huge metal chest as a table for tea and coffee. But it is a very sturdy box, and I've noticed that it's always locked. Oh, well, that's because that box contains some of my most important things, which you have no intention of telling me more about, judging from that guarded smile. Okay. So that's not going to get me anywhere. I don't think I'm going to get anything extra from looking around this place, am I? I mean, I don't expect it to be particularly relevant. Look at Mr. Shams's desk, it's completely clear. It looks totally different with that enormous machine on it. Hurley lives in an absolute mess all the time. He never notices when things go missing. Even Mr. Sholmes must have noticed that huge lump of metal is no longer there, surely. What am I missing? What am I missing? Wait. It wants me to look at the calendar again. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colours. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what colour my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Okay, so that's one more thing, I guess. Is Gina back yet? Nope. Is Hurley back yet? Nope. What have I missed? What have I missed, or what have I failed to... Who have I failed to talk to about something? I might actually just need to look this up. Because I bet there's like some little area that I've failed to click on or something. I know it happened when I was playing this Hero Escape game. Sometimes I had to go, look. What have I missed? I didn't have the option to investigate anything at the prison. Let's have a look. Okay. Right. I was on the right track earlier. I should have just kept presenting stuff to Gregson. this one. Inspector, what do you make of this? Ah, what have we here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for Mr. McGilder's overcoat. The one... No, sorry. Why am I reading that in my voice? Yes, this is the ticket for Mr. McGilder's overcoat, the one the little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, well, I think I can read. No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Gregsy, it isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't, I never doubted you, your ladyship. So what's this all about then, if I might be so bold to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one? It seems that Mr. McGilder in fact had another article in storage here at Winterbanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. There we go, second redemption ticket. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilder's overcoat. Eh? You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. Oh, I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilder deposited another article here with Mr. Winterbank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilder. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose my marbles, I will. I'll go barking. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh, yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here, then? That's right, it's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. It's already been sold, isn't it? There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilder's. That information is not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Winterbank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you'll be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Bruno? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did! The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Am I allowed to go investigating the shelves? Doesn't look like it. So, to the prison! I mean, at least Grigson's chips are meant to be consumed. Penzeek's goblets are not meant to be smashed. 16th of April, 5:41 PM, local prison, cell 13. Ah, Gina, good, you're back. Ah! The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Yeah, oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Winterbanks. Oh, you meant squeezing them. Well, at least chips don't explode into hundreds of shards and hurt people. They just get squished into a mushy mess. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost all her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Converse. What we've uncovered. Oh, alright then, blimey, give it a rest for them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo, and all of us, know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Ah, yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Winterbanks that night. Looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason, and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Alright then. Wait, I can't present it. Hey, there we go. From there. We found this in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Ah! Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Mr. Winterbank's showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Yeah? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Iris's manuscript. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least £5,000. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the mantle script, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. Hey, we were right. For Iris's sake, isn't that right? Ah! We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina, of course we did. But... I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Winterbanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. €100 is worth less, Kevin. Not by a lot, I don't think, these days, but Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Winterbanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got a dad, only she can't see him. Actually, she doesn't, but she doesn't know that yet. £1 is €1.19. Yeah, I knew it was close. I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy. You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look! Give it a rest, will ya? I ate all this chummy nonsense, yeah, I ate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa. I didn't notice this until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Are some very suspicious red stains. Oh no! She's got Mr. Winterbank's blood on her! Actually, no. She's got... That's probably Fairplay's blood. Maybe? No, wait. I don't know. We're gonna find out what they are. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings of that area to Gina now. Yes, it's time to find out whose blood that is. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Winterbank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get the results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. And the colour is... Wow. That's a lot of blood. And it is the colour of the Mason's blood. Which means that Mr. McGilden was hiding evidence. Yeah. You're right. It's why Mr. McGilden pawned the coat. Well, I mean, aside from hiding the disc, he also wanted to hide this. Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black colour of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple colour, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? I don't know if the poor coat is ruined, it just needs the blood cleaning off it, and it did need the blood cleaning off it in the first place. It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. Oh no, I've lost the ability to talk to, I've lost the ability to talk about, the representation. Boo! Should've done that earlier. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilder's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Mr. McGilder voiced her. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilder trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. If that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. Shouldn't it have got on whatever McGilder was wearing underneath it as well, though? Because it's not like that part of the coat closes completely. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilder's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilder. Well, that's what I suspected by the end of that trial anyway. I guess we'd now just know for sure. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. Except that he didn't, because he got burned to death. Which, arguably worse than what might have happened to him otherwise. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGilder was innocent? Not really. I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. Oh, I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? A lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Oh, sounds like in this Empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at all this mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you learnt your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? Our How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. No, I still want to defend you, Gina. You're my friend. And I trust you. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. Easy answer. Easy answer. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Eh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool out over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in. Oh, look at that smile. Is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Yeah? It's true that I'm just a student of law and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Law I don't know what you are, I don't get you. Gina's taking herself off to the back of her cell. She'll never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Hoping for a nice end to Gina after this case. Same. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Susato? Somebody is there in the shadows, I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh, okay, it's him. Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Suppose he was using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Craigsy! Oh dear me, I am so terribly sorry, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best. Bye, bye, and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing, forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. How long was Gregson listening? Suspicious. Gregsy's so funny, he says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Zato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. I don't like this. If there's an emergency at the Supreme Court, I don't like send Susato off there on her own. Actually, is it going to be the Supreme Court or is it going to be a different court? And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san will be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. 16th of April, 11:13 PM, Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father had fallen ill and she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London. But we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learnt something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what's illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it'll all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh, no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my tickets earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 AM. Girl! Get some sleep! That's in like less than 5 hours! Don't let me keep you! I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realise why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but... every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. True, but like, she didn't sleep last night either. Must be pretty hard at this point. One final task. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents? It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Winterbank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Suzato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Suzato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. The McGilded case notes have been entered into the court record. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Suzato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. One more time, yes. Just a second. Bloop. 8. What was that? If it was any other game, people would be expecting romance from this moment. You think she's not actually going to leave, Nick? Okay. We'll see, won't we? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Oh, it wasn't the takedown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Susato-san. I mean, she did shut down the conversation. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. April, the small hours. St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honour and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, so it wasn't Sholmes talking just then. I wasn't sure, but I did a Sholmes voice. Okay, some of this is just a Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear Madame. Oh, it was Susato-san. I wonder what Susato-san was so. Also, Sholmes seems fine now. That's nice. Alright. That's going to be where I'm going to call it for today. So thank you very much for coming. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, consider subscribing to the channel. Follow me on Twitter, which is where I post the schedule for the week's streams. This is the last scheduled stream this week, so there will be a new schedule either tonight or tomorrow. I can tell you for sure that the next scheduled stream will be Monday, 7 PM, and that's going to be Pokemon Shining Pearl, where I will be attempting the Elite Four. So hope to see you then, or another time. And once again, thanks for coming. This is Kalla, signing out. See ya! Bye bye!